go. Ooh. Need more gift subs. We need to increase that time. Oh, goodness. Get out of bed. Ah! I'm looking at you incredulously. Now there's stinky fish in my bed. Again. It's all mixed up with the apples and the bits. Okie dokie, guys. What did I just see end up on Twitter? How would ya? I just saw something just crossed my Twitter feed of a spam Oreo and mayo burger. Can't say I'm not morbidly curious. You throw a cube at me? Don't tell Alethea. Ponder that cube. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna have to wash the bed. I don't know. Why am I morbidly curious? Because I seek thrills in life. How would you? Why? How would you? Why? You can't hurt me in ways that matter. It only makes me stronger. It's gotta be better than a toothpaste-filled Oreo. Ah! Ah! Yeah! Yeah! Oh no you don't. Oh no you don't. You dare. Bring it. Bring it. I'm cozy here in my bed. I'm ready for you. You can't do this to me. You can't do this to me. I am the great moon coral. You can't do this. I'm psyching myself up. Here we go. Oh boy. I can do it. Didn't hurt. It didn't hurt. Ow. I'm okay. It just watered my eyes a little bit. You hit me in the nose. I'm alright. It's okay. You still got points. I still got strength. The power of Grayskull. What about a couple of 7 all apple salutes toward the end of the stream? Yeah, you guys gotta save those up. You felt challenged. Okay, alright, I'll get out of bed. Are you gonna be happy if I get out of bed? Just being here all cozy, you gonna be happy if I get out of bed? No, you're not gonna be happy if I get out of bed? You'll be a little happy? I'm getting conflicting reports here. Ash woke up and chose pain. You want Conan Exiles? Friday. there. Okay, fine. Fine, I'm out of bed. Yeah, I know. I saw the bits in my bed. I gotta... Thank you for the bits, by the way. Insert SpongeBob in day 6. Ah! Ooh, another breakfast taco. Yeah, oh, am I naked? Oh, no, wait, I'm supposed to be naked. No, you're right. You scared me for a minute. Hey, I've got my choker on, look. Not entirely naked. I've got a choker on my neck. Right, I need to... Let's do our usual... We gotta do our usual start to the day, right? So I need to log what episode of, Xmas we're on. We're gonna have to download more. So we're on December 24th. Have we done the invitational yet? Have we passed the invitational? Lewd. The choker makes it lewd, right? What's up, Digi? I need to renumber things because it's gotten a bit out of order in the list. You Nelly watched Fugitive Alien last night after I went to bed. You guys watched it without me? You guys watched Fugitive Alien without me? Aww. Curses. Okay, I gotta renumber some videos here. I'm going to have words with Nelly. Let's see, which episode is this? So this is from December 27th. See, the numbers are wrong on the later videos, but the dates are correct. So I gotta... download more episodes. You did say which one is a good one to watch when you aren't there, so I'm not missing out. Oh, there are actually several I wouldn't want to watch that Nelly would recommend. Fugitive Alien isn't one of them. There's a couple I can't stand that Nelly likes. Fugitive Alien wasn't on the list. Ah, well. It's okay. Alright, so I'm downloading more episodes so you guys will have more to watch, because there's no way we're getting through this subathon today. Guess we'll have to watch it again after my subathon. Again! need to briefly go off screen for a moment because I need to pull a Garrison, work on some calibrations. Because I think I've been hit with so many apples, I'm not looking straight. One moment. I'm still here. I just gotta do my calibrations. There we go. I guess we'll watch that timer go up above 60 hours again. Oh lord. It almost did last night. That's what your dad said. Alright. Let's see. So I know Prime is off work today, so we'll probably do some multiplayer stuff. But until he's ready, you gonna be around for a while, Digi? Because we could maybe pick up Final Fantasy again, since I couldn't get through it last night. Sub number did not go up yet? Because what was I? I was at 154. Yeah, the sub number did go up. It's accurate. Okay, so you will be around? Okay. So we might do that. We'll get through some of the story. So unless anyone here is playing Final Fantasy XIV and hasn't done content past Shadowbringer. Because I'm moving between Shadowbringers to Endwalker. Yeah, currently doing 5.3. I don't want to spoil it for anyone who might not be there yet. I'm very behind, so you'll be playing Hyrule Warriors. Yeah, I don't know what we're gonna do multiplayer today, but yeah, Prime's off today, so we'll have to figure out what we're gonna do. Maybe if anyone's got suggestions for that as well. I feel like I don't have time to think of multiplayer stuff. I gotta think of what I'm just doing on stream in general. Party games could always be fun. They can be. It depends on like which. I mean, I know we can do things like Fall Guys. I don't have a lot of party games personally. Among Us. Oh yeah, I do have Among Us. I don't have the Jackbox games, but my girlfriend does, and we do share our Steam lists with each other. Hey, Rocky. I cast Psy Shield. The Star Storm did nothing. Good morning. We're downloading more Satisfactory 2021 videos, so you guys will have stuff to watch tonight. Especially if I have to go early again. And then we might play some more Final... Well, we are. We'll play some more Final Fantasy XIV. And then, when Prime shows up, we might do some multiplayer stuff. Oh, hydrate. Hydrate. Thank you for the hydrate. There might be a chance. Now, I'm not 100% certain on this. Not 100% certain, but I may, there's a small chance that I may have to pause the subathon over the weekend. Not 100% sure on that yet, but I may have to pause it, depending on how long things still go. If it's still going then. And then what I would do is I would just pause it all, the uptime, everything, and then come back, like, say, on Monday or something. But it's a small chance right now. I don't know 100% certain. Should 100% do that, spend time with Rat Family and Luna over the weekend. Give my PC a chance to rest and be turned off. Man, back in the day, I used to never turn my PC off. It would stay on for months. Now I don't do that anymore. But yeah, we'll see how that goes. Because none of us expected this subathon to go on this long. None of us expected it. Hopefully we'll be getting our new mattress tomorrow. In our mattress drama that has been going on for many months. You did rest the compy? My computer, my rats might, I don't know if my computer gives off like any high-pitched sounds that I can't hear. I just wonder if they can hear it. Of course, I'm probably sure they're just tired of listening to the AC unit as well. They're actually cuddling each other over in the corner of the cage. It's open, they can go in the hall if they want. But they're choosing to stay in here. The Mattress Saga, your favorite Dragon Ball saga. It was one of the best. Pixar didn't happen. What, you want it? You want pics of my rats cuddling together? I can see if I do that. It always seems like if I get my camera up, one of them moves. Better than the Garlic Jr. saga. I think that's where I stopped. Cause wait, was that? Oh no, wait, that wasn't the Garlic Jr. saga the one they cut out on TV? Let me see if they won't move if I get my camera on them. And again, they look quite asleep. All right, give me a moment. I'll try to get a picture of them. I'll have to figure out how to get it on my computer though, because I take it with my phone. It was cut out of DB Kai. Ah, yeah, that's what I was thinking, because I remember there was like missing episodes. And then I saw them and I was like, I can see why they were removed. Dragon Ball Super manga is kind of bad. Yeah, that's what I recalled about it. Because, yeah, I remember eventually I did see it and I was like, yeah, you could have missed this. I used to watch a lot of Dragon Ball. Okay, one moment. Let's see if I can go get a picture of him. As soon as he saw the camera, he started moving. I had to be quick. I had to be quick. You can see Bullet looking at the camera. One moment. I'll tweet it. And for anyone that doesn't know my Twitter, it's the same as my Twitch handle. Alright, I tweeted it. Oh, that video's done. I'm gonna have to get at least 3 videos, so bear with me while we do this. This is December 28th. Really never imagined we'd actually be going through all the Satisfactory videos. I thought it'd be you guys just get to like see the beginning of Fixmas of last year. No, we're getting through there. You guys actually got through almost through the entire month of December on that. MC is the owner of non-evil version of Nim. Here's part of an opening. It's one of your favorite anime. You wonder if anyone can guess what anime it is. Running in the crowd in a faceless town. I need to feel the touch of a friend. Countryside. I wonder far and wide isolation. Gosh, I don't know. I used to watch a lot of anime. I don't watch really much anime anymore. So I'm like really out of the loop on everything. Ed, Edd n Eddy. I love Ed, Edd n Eddy. That was one of my favorite cartoons. Oh yeah, Yu Yu Hakusho. I watched a little bit of that when it was on Adult Swim. I never caught much of it. Yeah, see, I don't watch as much as I used to either. Moon cute. Where? Where? Oops. Let's see. If we ended off on that episode, will this be enough for tonight? Where did I say we left off? We left off. I might have to grab another one, but we can wait. Can do it during a break if I remember. Yeah, we're up to episode 13. I'm now downloading episode 16, so we'll just have to wait. We'll go ahead and get something started. Great cartoon is Animaniacs. I never finished the reboot. The reboot was okay, but I just hated that it was like, it felt like it was very lacking of variety. Because it was like only you would see the main scenario of Animaniacs and then Pinky and the Brain episode. And I'll be honest with you, I was never that big of a fan of Pinky and the Brain. And I know it even had its own spin-off, and I never really watched it because I just wasn't a fan of it. And so, of course, like half the new Animaniacs was just Pinky and the Brain. I'm like, ugh. Now they're rebooting Tiny Toons. I don't know how I feel about that either, especially with the relation of Babs and Buster. Not much into anime. You used to like ones people watch, like Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh!, DBZ. You've even seen some One Punch Man. I've watched, let's see, of course I've watched Lost Sailor Moon. I've watched Dragon Ball Z. I really liked Hellgirl. Hellgirl was a really good series. Can be a bit hard to watch though. Trying to think. I've seen a bunch of others. Just trying to remember what they were. Also a huge fan of Mobile Suit Gundam franchise. I remember watching Gundam Zero. I liked Gundam Zero. A guilty pleasure of Sailor Moon. Sailor Moon was really good. I haven't watched the live action version of it. You had to get fan subs of it, but I really liked it. It's not the relation to my name, though. I think 10th MS Team might be the best mecha anime of all time since it actually treats the mechs like real heavy objects. Tell Disney to stop with the crappy live-action remakes. Yeah. She's the one that you call Pony Moon. I had friends back in the day. Back in the 90s. When the internet chat rooms were just taking off, I had a friend like mail me a bunch of bootleg fan sub Sailor Moon episodes. Back in the day when that was the only way you could get them. When tapes were copied so many times, the quality was degrading. What else is a good anime? What's that? The live-action DBZ movie was horrible. I didn't even bother. I don't know if you could make a good live-action one. I'm not even sure how. Mega Man NT Warrior. It's amazing dub, giving Mega Man EXE a slight surfer dude voice. Good morning, Prime. How you doing? I've been trying to get Prime. You got to get that pee out. There's also the voice actor of Shining Armor from MLP. I know who you're talking about. I have to mute. I follow him on Twitter, and I have to mute him because every time his like sitcom whatever show comes out, he fucking retweets everyone who tweets about it. Every single one. And I guess the series started up yesterday because, good lord, I went back through my Twitter feed and it was nothing but him retweeting people. Fuck me. I don't even know why I follow him anymore. He doesn't really tweet anything MLP related, but Andrew Francis, that's his name. Yeah, you can turn on. Yeah, I have. I had to do that for someone who I liked their tweets, but they retweeted porn all the time, which wasn't a problem until I was taking Dutch classes and would have a break and I wanted to browse Twitter. I was like, huh, can't go through my Twitter feed without returning off retweets. Olivier still follows Kathy. Let's see. I still follow many of the others. Most of them don't tweet a lot anymore these days. I find it annoying when people retweet literally everything. I always find it like, there's certain degrees of like support, but then when it's like big accounts or something, I'm like, I'll retweet as many people I can doing art or maybe streaming. But if they're huge, they don't need me to retweet them. Or maybe I just do it, you know, maybe because I'm interested. But then it's like, some people just do nothing but retweet everything. And usually the same account, too. And you're like, look, I get it. or watch people, like, retweet an entire thread from that person. It's like a 20 tweet thread, and they'll retweet the entire thing. It's like, you only have to retweet the top. I can read the rest, thank you. Kind of feel like for Sell retweeting your streams to Rocky. I wouldn't feel like it. I actually don't feel like it, you know? Because that's what stopped me a lot of times. Was feeling bad about promoting myself. Don't feel bad about it. If some people hate it, then they weren't going to support you anyway. That's a hard lesson I had to learn. Okie dokie. Well, I think we're going to go ahead and start off. We're going to go ahead and start off with doing some of the Final Fantasy we missed last night, since I was too tired and had to go to bed early. Prime, what would you like to do today as well? We can work on thinking about that while I do that. Does that sound like a plan? Ah, would you? I will get stronger. An apple is not on the menu. It's now off the menu. But yeah, if you wanna, like, you can ponder this while we go through this. Sorry, I'm downloading another Satisfactory episode. We'll have to get at least one more before I go tonight. Eventually you won't feel things when they touch your face. That's what I tried earlier. Everyone kept throwing apples at me. I'm like, you can't hurt me in a way that matters. And they hurt me in a way that mattered. Totally should have made a throw marshmallow redeem. Well, that's what the give me a treat is. That's a nice gentle toss. Let me change our category. Not just chatting. What am I doing? It's already on just chatting. Ah. No, I'm not too tired to do a dungeon and instance. Cast Taco Run. It is Taco Tuesday, isn't it? But yeah. Also, if you have like any suggestions of multiplayer stuff you might want to do, Prime, we can maybe look into setting things up if you like. We'll go ahead and get started on this for today. I was trying to think, like, a lot of things require a server setup, which I'm not against setting up a server. It just depends on how complicated the server setup is. Because, I mean, I have my little computer to do that with. Or hell, if you wanted to do Conan Exiles today, Prime. I know you can't always jump in. There's always that shitpost game called SCP Secret Laboratory. Oh yeah, you mentioned that one. That was like a multiplayer one. Or a lobby server. And lots of people. Ah. Let's see. I gotta go on the side screen. $14 unplayable. What the fuck? Oh, there's so many people. It's impossible to play. We'll be here all day. 14 goes really quickly. Where's my vitamin water? There it is. I mean, my dancer and my comfy shoes. You see water balloons, you think of Calvin Hobbes. Oh yeah. Constantly trying to launch water balloons and always losing. I love Calvin Hobbes. I had every single one of his books, including compilations. Oh good, more food. Well, I mean comfy horseshoes. Well, in this case, I'm a cat. And I'm a dancer. So I'm a cat. I'm a kitty cat. And I dance, 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 and I dance, dance, dance. Peculiar crystal lies on the floor. Upon its surface, an array of lights twinkle like a tiny constellation of stars. Day 4th. Bring honor to the seat of. The distorted voice of an ancient rings out in your mind. A moment preserved in crystal, it would seem. See, so now that I'm not so tired, I can actually read a bit better today. You notice something else glinting up ahead. Quest accepted! Cat gotta go find shiny thing. Okay, I'll bat him under the fridge later. Find 3 more crystals lying on the floor. Though they differ in color and decoration, each is identical in shape. You focus on the crystals and find that the words they hold ring clearer than before. Behold, my friends. Embraced by the earth and caressed by the wind, vibrant life flourishes. All is right in creation. There can be no greater joy than to use our wisdom for the good of our people. No greater pride. May all know happiness now and forevermore. do not appear to be any more crystals in the hall. Perhaps it would be wise to continue the search outside. Instincts serve you true, and you discover another 2 crystals. As you reach out with your consciousness, new voices begin to echo in your mind. The heavens are ablaze and the land rent asunder. What will become of the world? Is life itself to be denied? Come what may, we must not surrender to despair. If we but hold fast to hope, we may yet find a path to salvation. The voice tells an incomplete tale. Might more remain to be found? The heck, did Elidibus just have a hole in his pocket or what? I love this area. This is one of my favorite areas so far. You soon discover 2 more crystals. Rather, too soon, in fact. As if someone wanted you to find them. Hey, Brony Gamer! Welcome, welcome. He dropped his gummy rocks. Everything burns, crumbles, decays. I hear the lamentations of my brethren, and soon there will be only silence. We will deliver our star from its doom. This we swear. So please dry your tears. I feel like I'm just getting an ooh piece of candy moment. Whatever awaits at the end of your search, it is plain that you have yet to find it. Sure enough, your persistence is swiftly rewarded, this time with 3 crystals. The time has come. We shall rewrite the laws of creation, and we shall save our star. From this life, our Savior is born. May I be worthy of the honor. I feel my soul turning, slowly but irrevocably, and the power I wield begins to seem terrible. But this is right. It is right. I forgot until the other night the achievements in Saints Row for picking up jaded clusters is, ooh, a piece of candy. Yeah, I noticed that when I saw it pop up. The tale the crystals weave seems to near its end, but it isn't over yet. I'm just waiting for there to be like a giant box up ahead with a stick. With almost melancholy inevitability, the 12th crystal soon reveals itself to your questing eye. Though salvation is ours, it came at a great sacrifice. All that remains is to pray. To pray that we will one day meet again beneath a blue sky. Judging by its testimony, it would seem the voice was recorded in the wake of the final days. As you scan the area, another glint catches your eye. Brilliant radiance of life, replaced by the sickly glow of malformed something. Is this how it ends? For we who love this star with all our being? No, I will not suffer it to be so. Well, well, we meet again, my new old friend. Lodius. How good of you to remember. I see you've been collecting stars. I speak of those crystals. They have constellations etched upon them, yes? High in the heavens, those stars shine their guiding light down upon the lives below. Fitting symbols for the convocation of 14. Would you not agree? As you all have gathered, each crystal bears an account of the life of a member of the convocation, as remembered by the unsundered. Lest you worry, they aren't concepts. They are far too incomplete to be so. But they suffice for imbuing memories within sundered souls, that they might be restored to their office. Keep them. I'm sure FFXIV wouldn't mind. This is the piece we're missing to get everyone back home. So, how fare you of late? You are feuding with Elidibus this time, I believe. Well, you see. And then he just drops his shit right in the middle of the rug. Can you believe it? I shall refrain from passing comment on your struggle. It is not my place to do so, long departed as I am. But if I may give voice to a personal desire, I would rather you lived. If you do not, how will you keep your promise to FFXIV, the promise to remember? It must weigh heavy, the burden of all those memories. So one who has lived a life such as yours, I can well imagine how Elidibus's existence might seem hollow. How empty his single-minded pursuit of a half-forgotten cause must appear. that his devotion is not without reason, even if he himself can no longer remember what that reason is. Well, that is quite enough talk about Elidibus. I would see if you can reunite the wayward stars. I mentioned before that there was a member of the Convocation who opposed Zodiark's summoning and defected, one whose office was left vacant. Defectors having been deemed unworthy of commemoration, no crystal exists for the individual in question. Or shouldn't exist, at any rate, and wouldn't, had a friend not created one in secret. A crystal bearing the forgotten name of her office, along with the magic of her own conceiving, a singular incantation embodying her spirit. Among all the offices, the 14 was most unusual, for while the rest sat in Amaro, its holder was charged with gaining an intimate knowledge of the wider world. In the course of her duty, she traveled the length and breadth of every land and befriended countless folk. She encountered troubles too, of course, matters which she could simply have referred to the Convocation, but that was not her way. Nay, more often than not, she would call upon her comrades and together resolve matters themselves. This sounds very familiar. Such is the magic sealed within that crystal, the magic to summon the stars to your side. In times of greatest need, should you wish upon it with all your heart, it will surely answer your call. And now it is where it belongs. Oh, there's no need for thanks, but nor will I hear any complaints about it either. After all, I cannot say whether I act of my own volition or the will of my recreator. Giving Moon shiny things is a good idea.
I was wondering where you'd disappeared to. Is something troubling you? No? Very well. I have everything. Let's hurry back to the surface.
Do you like a good shiny thing? Ah, fresh air at long last. I would celebrate my return to dry land with a pot of tea, had we the luxury of time. But we must be prepared for Elidibus. Given what we know, it is plain he will not be deterred from his course. Nor would I, were I him, not if it meant forsaking everything I loved. That said, I have not forgotten how Emmett Selk sought to find common ground with us, for all our misgivings. Ultimately, our differences were not to be bridged, of course, but one must always try. Emmett Selk understood this, and if his gestures resonated with you, perhaps you might consider reaching out to his brethren. Though it may all be for naught, you of all people know that there is no such thing as a foregone conclusion. Please give me money, I don't need more food. So the volume's a little bit low, isn't it? I just realized that. Can never find anything in this menu. Right, no more musing. We have taken far too long as it is. Our friends await us in Yulmore, yes? Let us hurry and join them. Come on, Eris, let us go. Wait, where are we going? Not. Wait, is this not? Oh, right, Yulmore. I forgot Yulmore is its own little zone. Right there. I was like, why isn't there an orange arrow on my map? Okie dokie. Eggs and bacon have been sacrificed to your stomach. Coffee is following swiftly. Oh, eggs and bacon sound good. I just had cereal. I've only had cereal the past several days. This place is a little weird with its ether ice. Oh, hi. It appears we are fashionably late. Come, our tale will not wait.
Forgive us our lateness. Master Chai, my congratulations on your appointment. By all accounts, you are a capable mayor.
No, I'm a capable mayor.
Oh, I have capable friends, my lady. I must say, it's good to see you looking hale and whole again.
The credit for that lies with my own capable friend, without whom I might never have escaped my abductor.
I love her.
A primal? I suppose that would explain why Elidibus has been fostering faith in the Warrior of Light. While you were enjoying your audience with the Wandering Heart of Zodiark, we were busy dispatching the last of the Black Master Ascians, a task which proved almost insultingly easy. Formidable though we undoubtedly are, they were obviously sent to provide encouragement for budding heroes. One cannot help but wonder how many times the ploy has been used before.
Master Chai, you mentioned that the people of Calusia are similarly enamored of the Warrior of Light.
Indeed, though it's hardly surprising given the state of the world. Many are still struggling to find a purpose, and it's only natural that they should take comfort in the tales.
Then the fever has spread to every corner of Norvrent. We may have dealt with his black-masked minions, but it is plain Elidibus has yet to show his hand.
Oh my! What a spectacular sky!
Another star shower?
Another star shower.
That's just what I said.
Wait, is that...
Oh, shit.
Amaranth?
Did you hear that? That voice calling out?
No, I didn't hear anything, but... Why do I feel so... like I've lost something dear to me?
Does Elidibus seek to awaken more people to the Echo with clearer visions of the final days?
And who might you be?
Whoever they are, they've come for our heads! No, you don't! They are not of flesh and blood.
I know this magic.
At least kills a small child. Sometimes it has to be done.
The rings are like unto those that the Exarch did employ in our summoning.
Are you saying the Exarch is summoning them?
Nay, yet the similarity can be no mere coincidence.
Should we make a stand here, or retreat to the Crystarium? The ether churns around us. More of them will appear ere long. To stay would only place innocents in harm's way. We must fight this battle elsewhere.
Wait! Take one of our airships. You can decide what to do on your flight to the Crystarium.
You are a capable leader in your own right, Master Chai. The citizens of Yulmore chose well.
It's settled then. To the airship!
Summing them from the world? Hey, Lunar Rays! Oh, good. We can do duty support. Choose my favorite children. I should just kind of default whatever it decides to bring. I know I can choose, but it's being expanded to more Heaven's Ward dungeons at 6.2. Oh, that's nice.
Damn it! Hang on to something!
Turn off the AC. I actually want to hear this music. Alright. Alize. Let's see. I'm gonna check my currency. Yeah, I like the duty support. Like, I don't mind doing dungeons with others. I just like having the option, especially because normally what I do is if I've never done a dungeon before, I watch a video on it. And I make these quality of life changes to increase the longevity of the game. Even though they have 10 more years of content planned. I want to make sure people can play solo with NPCs helping. And I can understand that too, because like long-time players may not want to go back to the start, you know, to do the older dungeons. Some food. See some of this like millions of food I have right now.
Prepare yourself!
You will get to see that I'm a button pusher, or a mouse clicker. Far away from it.
You underestimate me!
Do support. It'll be another option to cut down those long queue times. Yeah, that as well. Keyboard, button, and mouse pusher. It's support main everything. Whoa!
Time for another day of moon to love.
Oh, thank you, Zinyo. Thank you for subbing for 13 months. Much appreciated. Turn around. Am I going the right way? I got turned around. There's going to be a chunk of time added eventually because subs are going to hit their new month. Yeah, people are going to have to like resub their month time. When you spawn, then that means you're going the right way. Very true. So one thing you like about Do Support is that the NPCs have special lines they say during it. I also, like, I'll use another DPS to know where I should go. Because if I do a duty support, I don't watch a video on the dungeon. So then I just usually follow the NPC. Though there was one I actually eventually had to watch a video because I was like, I just didn't understand what was happening. Kept wiping. So enjoyment support is what always tugs you back towards MMOs. Talos are going. Always scratch that itch in single player stuff. Feel like you never have enough time for people to play with. Oh god, something hit us from behind. We've been struck from behind. Yeah, always. Yeah, with this game, I've just I just, you know, play it when I have the time. Honestly, if I can play it a couple times a week, I mean, I've been known to take a couple weeks off of play. I mean, I've been back to this for about a year now, and I did start over on this server, or on this, yeah, I started over. And so, I mean, thanks for the apple. Bard dancers. Yeah, I did play a bard. Bard is where I started. As soon as I could become a dancer, I'm trying to become a better dancer, though. You know, there's like so much you have to manage. Prepare yourself. Keeping your attack charge, your AoE, you have to be in the thick of it. If you're not AoEing, you can actually stand back quite a far distance. I'm gonna maintain my attack charge.
You underestimate me!
have no idea if I do dance her well, but I try. Started a thaumaturge. Start you the door bard. Yeah, I usually do bards as well. I like archer classes if I can. Fun fact from the realm of TP's son's bug made magic. Change was originally based on her being essentially a bard. Radiance remain for your static and shadow bringers. Assume you've been doing it all right. Well, thank you. You know, as long as things die and you do DPS, then you're playing DPS well. And it's like always be attacking, no matter what. Stay out of the poop. Always be attacking. Go Thancred. Hit him. What is that? Off and on, I'm following you. Oh, that's where he goes. Oh, I see. Point marker. Alright. Thancred, what are you doing? Chat as well now. I gotta keep my eyes on the screen.
Keep your guard up!
Let's give them a go!
Ah, I didn't know that was gonna happen. Ugh. How's my summer been? It's been pretty good. I haven't gone outside much. Whatever the hell attack just happened on there. I embarrass myself once too. So sweeps that line. Okay.
Keep your guard up.
Fuck me, did I just... Damn it! I don't know exactly where to go on that part. We've tries to top up and help as much as possible in yonder. More comfortable in healing.
Don't make mistakes here. You just have happy accidents.
I get a little bit confused on where I'm supposed to dodge in that zone. It's only the first boss of this area. into dungeons blind. See the 2 points he drops on there. Alright. God damn it! Alpha Nod! Oh, I just didn't have the heal on that. Couldn't tank the damage. What's up? What's up, Alfie? Normally you're better than this. Damage from here is fine. Shield up more. Problem is with this guy, he basically tries to keep us separated as much as possible. Alphanon, he runs so far out of the group.
You underestimate me!
Keep myself healed, I will. Focus. Release! we're all stuck. Fucking hell. Oh, hey, Failure. Alright, Brody Gamer, have a good one. More stances to save the first. Oh. I beat the thief, yay! Hey! Okay. Ugh. Is my food buff still going? Barely. Yeah, I remember like the older one having the thief classes and whatnot. I recognize a lot of the older ones. Wait, what's going on? Is it really a victory? It makes so it's easier to spam melee kills. Sorry, I'm like not super fast at the moment. Oh, that was in game. Prepare yourself. Not when my rats made a noise. Are you alright? God, I do have a healing maneuver as well I can do. This forget I have that though. Basically I have to stand still while I do it though. Ooh. What's up? What's going on? Hey, Nelly. Nice to have the boss is helping out. I helped you remember Dancer as a healing skill was the newest PvP mode. Users support healer more than anything, and because of Krillin Waltz, all its other buffs. Am I winning? Yeah, I always forget I've got this. It's like can't move while I do it. Is it very loud? Is it too loud for anyone else? I did turn it up a bit, but it's a little loud. Okay. Also, I had the AC on the background, maybe that's why. How's that? Is that any better? If volumes are ever off, like you can't hear or it's too loud, just let me know. Ah, damn it. I actually slept pretty well. Well, I didn't for a while because I had a headache, but once I got through the headache, I was fine. You want my outfit as a glam? Actually, mine is a glam now. It used to be my armor. Oh, talking about the next boss. Oh, okay. Why dance.
You underestimate me. Wait, yeah, no, not gonna stay up for the next 56 hours.
Maybe you'll just made them giant. The section would be over faster. Oh, also, hey, this is Laris. She goes to sleep and pauses the timer and resumes it when she gets back, so she can't expect streamers to be up the entire time. Yeah, pretty much that, yeah. Oh god, here we go. Got Kofi off Dragon Game Suit tomorrow. Well, yeah, I was trying to, if Prime was, any ideas for multi-stuff today. Oh, I see what you guys are talking about. Do I stay away from it or do I attack it? What do I do?
Keep your guard up.
From it. Oh, I was standing in the poop. I was looking at chat. I was looking at chat. Crawling ones, let's see, okay, so stay away from the walking ones. For the crawling ones, you want to move them all apart. Keep the walking ones together and then move away when they collapse. Okay, so that's why everyone else was that. Aha! So they pop. Alright. Crap. supposed to get on us. Oh god. Okay. Can't wait for November comes for the internet upgrade. I'll stream a lot of Final Fantasy 14 PvP and maybe redo the story at some point. By the way, in the next section, keep an eye on the background. Keep an eye on the background spectral enemies. There's a small chance of a familiar face showing up in there. Ratstone, okay. You can't wait for next week's patch. You're going to pretty much live at the Island Sanctuary for a while. I can't wait for the Island Sanctuary. You're gonna reinstall? Even though it isn't meant to replace housing, allowing the ability for you to queue for stuff, the duty finder from the island basically makes it a house. Yeah, it's like, if we can all have islands, why can't we all have a house? Ugh. best part is also if you reinstall this, if you just buy Endwalker, you get everything, like, everything else comes with it, if I recall. Buy the complete edition. I thought if you just bought the DLC, because actually my girlfriend did not buy Shadowbringers, but she bought Endwalker, and it gave her Shadowbringers. Alright, Carl.
Prepare yourself!
underestimate me.
Buying Endwalker alone comes with Shadowbringers. The last time you played was shortly before Stormblood came out, and you probably just restarted. That's exactly what I did, because I think you and I basically kind of stopped around the same time, maybe? And so I had pre-ordered Stormblood, but then I never played it. And I also hadn't got to Heavensward either. I was in the bridge gap between ARR and Heavensward. Yeah, I came back last year. Yeah, and Realm Reborn's been shortened, and even the Praetorium has been shortened. Praetorium's been cut down a lot. Yeah, I think with all the ARR, yeah, you can do with NPCs. Yeah, 6.2, they're getting Heavensward to do it. Yeah, Praetorium was a 45-minute dungeon. Now it's still quite long, but not near as much. May have come back to this game quite late. I got to see the changes between the two. Get a good DPS change. Oh boy! Go. You need me to heal. What is this? What is this? Oh, wait. Oh, wait. What? Quit introducing new mechanics! Yeah, I know. I was disappointed you watched it without me. I know when you said you were watching yeah, that Fugitive Alien 1, I was like, no! I wanted to see that. Be a safer one to watch. You've got a couple that you like that I actually don't like so much. So there could have been other safer ones. Again! What's that chest? No, I do like Merlin. I'm trying to think. There were a couple you listed that you actually kind of liked that I don't like so much. Dungeon done. I gotta actually. It's getting too hot in here. I gotta turn the AC back on. Alright, so when he does that rock thing, I need to stay clustered up with him? Is that what I need to do? What do I need to do for that? Stay with my safety rock. Okay, so stay in my spot. Okay. Yeah, Manos is okay. It's only watchable because when they rip it. Okay, so I need to stay in my safety rock. Alright. Let's do it. Stack markers is meant to trick you since 4 appeared. Yeah, I was wondering about that. It's like, wait, I've never seen 4 stack markers before. Why would you trick me like that? I've been a good DPS in following all the implications and markers. Why would you change it on me? That's so mean. God, I ate that one. Good at this. idea why we go over here, but we go over here. That's what everyone else does. Down here, but I'm listening. Oh, I see.
Keep your guard up.
God, I ate that again. Oh, that's bad. 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 I suck. Did I just die? Oh, for fuck's sake! Ugh. This is what I get for not watching a video on how to do this. That's how I always do it. I always watch a video. I ain't too many vulnerability ups though. Okay. Yeah, I know, 30 minutes remaining. I'm gonna fucking fail with my first ever dungeon. Can't watch guide videos for the dungeons since they mostly, if not all story dungeons now. Don't want to spoil yourself. If I'm doing duty support, then I don't watch them, unless I just get totally stuck. But if I'm like with a group, then I watch them. Like I don't want to be the one not knowing what to do. How did I eat that? I moved before Alphinaud did!
On guard!
Dang it. Eat that one.
There'll be nothing left of you but a smoking crater!
Oh, got him. Oh, hey, Marshmallow. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Oh God, I just beat this thing. Oh, how you doing? How'd your stream go? That was perfect timing, actually. You caught me when I'm not failing at this. Woo! Did you get your?
It was delicious.
Welcome back, Derpster. Ugh. Oh, how you doing? Yeah, you caught me on a win. How you doing? What did you end up doing? I caught you earlier when you were doing Zomboid. How'd things go? Ooh. Ah. So fun fact, they're all Warriors of Light's heroes from other shards. That's what I kind of wondered, if that was what was going on with them. Ooh. Alright. Hang on. Let me hit the thing. Ooh, hey, I can't spell. Zomboid to Multiverse, to Blade of Sorcery, to Gorilla Tag. That is a heck of a run. Itchy nose. Now I can actually look at chat and not die. No promises. Ugh. You get to see the psycho side to Marsh? What do you mean psycho side? Isn't that the couple streams to Marsh I've been at have been incredible. Oh, thank you for the pet and thank you for the treat. And hey, Death Scar, how you doing? Whew. Good. Ow, with you. Right in the noggin. Right in the concussion. cutting off a few limbs in VR? Well, why wouldn't you? Limbs go for a good price on the market. You gotta disarm your opponents every time. Oh god, you have 15k points? Oh yeah, we were playing Operation Tango, and one of the scenarios sent us to Singapore. You have 26k points? I know, all of you are trying to like save up for the 7 all the apples salute. When the stream ends. If it ends. You know, if it ever happens. I live here now. This is me forever. This is me all the time, always, forever. Moon Coral, all the time. Extra episodes, never ending. More adventures, more Moon Coral, all the time. All the time Moon Coral, never ending Moon Coral. More adventures, more seasons of Moon Coral. Never ending. Moon Coral forever. Never stopping. My dancer with my comfortable shoes. Gotta have my comfy sneaks on. 10 seasons. Yeah, 10 seasons Moon Coral. We're going to go on crazy adventures. Never stop. Just Moon Coral forever. Far away. Now I'm gonna make everyone hurt, and everything I can't equip, I'm gonna desynthesize at a level that is too low. Oh, thank God that's over.
I think that's the last of them.
Apparently even they have limits. Nevertheless, we should remain vigilant.
And this is Thancred. Is it over? Tell me it's over. I'm not crying. I'm forcing excess moisture. That sounds bad, doesn't it?
Urianger, something occurred to me while we were fighting. These enemies.
Are heroes hailing from other shards, summoned hither to deliver this world from its doom. Scant moments after the star shower did they appear, as yet more souls were inspired to walk the hero's path, no doubt. Thus did hopes for salvation of realms near and far resonate and converge, lending still greater strength unto our adversary.
So that's Elidibus's game. But first things first. If the rings are the same as the Exarchs, then we need to ask him how that's possible.
The Crystarium is close. Let us press on.
We must needs return to the Waking Sands.
They come.
I'm sorry? Yustola, what did you just say?
So near and yet so far.
In the chaos of conflict, one can always find an opening to exploit.
Final Fantasy won't let you in? How come? What's up with that? It's a trap! It's a tarp. It is a tarp. If you're British, it's a tarpaulin. Who the fuck calls it a tarpaulin? I'm looking at you, Britain. fuck? So why won't it let you in? Or is it like an old like your, it's so you don't have a license or no subscription. You re-upped the sub. So you know it's not that. Have you registered? God, I hate Mog Station.
She really taught me what friendship could mean that day. And it was delicious.
Mog Station was like fucking awful. Rennie Vigil, thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. You have to sub through Steam. I know when it comes to, well, I know when it comes to buying the expansions, you had to buy the same expansion. So if like you had the base game through Steam, you had to buy all the expansions through Steam. But if you like bought it not on Steam, all the expansions you had to buy not on Steam. So you pay through Steam via the Mog Station. Gosh, it's so fucking convoluted, it's crazy. I remember when I first came back, I had similar troubles trying to get that shit sorted. Yeah, and they were doing, there was something about like Steam's version now, or didn't I almost give up trying? Maybe? I can't remember. Well, I had problems paying for it because of regional differences. Because my Steam is American, my PayPal is American, but it like detects regions and shit. It's one of the reasons why I can't buy anything on the Switch. It's because the Switch detects the region and it goes, oh, you can't buy things in the Nintendo eShop with an American account if it's in Europe. Like, God frickin'. Says here, hey, here's your key, registration key. Mog Station was like, don't care. I'm letting you use that. Surprising a lot of people quit Final Fantasy before even playing the game, just trying to navigate the Mog Station or just paying for the. Yeah, it is so stupid to navigate. Yeah, the biggest trial you'll ever have in Final Fantasy 14 is figuring out how to frickin' sign up for it. That is the biggest raid challenge you will ever have. How do I sign up for this game? Let me take a look. Do you have your stuff registered? God, I hate this website. God, and they changed it. Oh yeah, I remember they changed it, made it worse. Yeah, they changed Mod Station a few months ago, and it's now freaking worse than it was before. Well, I should register for Mac? Wait, okay. So hang on. Is that where I go? God. Oh god, this site is worse than before. Because, like, now I'm trying to find on the Mog Station, like, where it lists the expansions I have, and I can't freaking find it. Oh yeah, the free trial, and it's always deceptive, because it's like, if you get the free trial, don't buy the game. If you buy the game, you don't get the free trial. And shit like that. Hey, Stellar Eclipse! And this is Thancred. We're trying to figure out how Prime can get signed back up. Because it's trying to get signed back up, and the Mog Station is confusing as fuck. Oh, okay. Here we go. Okay, that's where it says it. Service account status. You go to service account status. And then I guess under Windows, you would add your service account, I think. I would show you the page, but it literally has my account information on it. So yeah, you might... Windows is already checked off. Okay. Have you activated it on Steam then, I guess? Maybe? So Windows is already checked off for like all the expansions and everything you got? If you have it via Steam, you have to go into the Steam launcher and activate it there, you think. I think maybe that's it. I just, oh god. They did change it a few months ago, didn't you? It's checked off for ARR and Heavensward. Okay. We'll get you there, Prime. It's one of those things that, like, once you're in, but for frick's sake. It's like, once you're in, but if you leave, good luck finding your way back. Quick question, are you using a headset right now or a mic? I think you're still having issues with your streams with viewers hearing me. You were a bit quiet, but when I was watching you, you were a bit quiet, but only when you weren't facing your microphone. So when you were like facing away from your mic, I couldn't hear you because I think your mic is directional. So like me, I've got my mic like right next to my face. So like if I look over here, now you can't hear me as much because I'm facing away. I think. Actually, I've got a slightly higher quality mic now, but. But yeah, I noticed, Rocky, when you're not facing your microphone, you're harder to hear. Reading just streams and you can capture card and play looking at the TV. Yeah, if your mic's directional, you need to speak directly into it. Reading standing there going, we're going, right? It's easier to do it to your face when you emulator. Yeah, I've got an arm on my desk, that's clamped to my desk that I can move it around with. It's all those polite warriors of light heroes just standing there. Whose arm do I have? I borrowed one from Marshmallow Horse, one of the disarmed ones. Let me get cozy. Yeah, are you helping them out, Lunarays? You have a cheap one as kind of an introduction to using them. Probably need to get one of these stand-up ones. If those are even a thing. Most microphones usually have an attachment point for like adding arms and stuff if you want. I mean, for the longest time I used Blue Yetis, but for some reason my computer ate those damn things. I couldn't make them last more than a couple years. My computer's an anomaly. So the registration key you have acknowledges as used it, so it continues to make less sense. Generally speaking, you've had one for 12. Well, I eventually bought a higher... Well, after my mic broke last time, I was like, I'm just going to invest in a higher quality microphone instead of keep buying these lower ones, because every time there's like the onboard software thing, eventually my computer would break it, and so it wouldn't work anymore. So I was like, I just bought an XLR mic. They're more expensive, but these are what you were recommended at first. You have, I find since it was cheaper, plan on getting a mic arm when you save up. Yeah, Blue Yetis are fine. Like I say, I used them. It's just for some reason my computer ate them. Got a generic podcast microphone for 10 years at this point. So most people can get by with something of that tier. And a pop screen. Yeah. You don't really need super expensive mics. As long as they're like fairly decent quality, it's no problem. I remember having the problems you're having, Prime, and I cannot remember how I got through it. I think I ended up, checking out Reddit, because everyone has the problem. But yeah, I remember having the exact same problems as you. It's entirely possible to resolve, I just can't remember how. Maybe you'll get away with what you got, just need to work on adjusting your body properly to use the mic. Yeah, your mic actually sounded quite well. It was just, you need to speak into it. And maybe project a little bit too when you speak into it. You gotta get your voice out there.
Whoever taught you that is a wise man indeed, and good with a gun blade. But yes, I dare say we can create an opening wide enough for at least one of us to slip through. That being you, of course. No others are welcome to follow in your wake. Reen and I will keep our guests occupied.
Why am I making that face? Why do I look like I just all spilt milk on the floor? Or if I just realized that's Thancred. It's a natural reaction to seeing Thancred. Look like you found out your fancy you had a fancy feast. Screenshot? Wait, screenshot of what? This? You want a screenshot of this? Or soft talker twos, that's another thing. Yeah, with directional mics, you kind of want to project your speech a little bit. It helps. You want a screenshot of this? Okay. Hang on. Bye. Which button is it? No, it's not that one. It's that one. Because of the G shader I have that is not currently active.
Brave and selfless as ever. Yet the two of you may struggle to fool our foes, etherically sensitive as they are. Had you a comrade who could use destructive magics to wreak havoc upon the ambient ether, on the other hand?
Very well. I too shall assist in the diversionary effort.
This guy's blue eyes white dragging out.
Again. Yes, obviously I'll stay and fight. Alphino, I'm about to do a great many stupid and reckless things. Watch my back, would you?
You stole it. I'ma blow shit up. Yeah, I can't remember. Like I say, I've had the same problem, and I, for fuck's sake, can't remember how I got through it. Mock Station is just the worst.
And there you have it. Take care of yourself, my friend.
You can get it. Just the answer. The answer's out there. I promise.
We'll do our best.
Got my running shoes on.
Finished? Then let's begin.
Sure. Well, earlier in the ocular.
Tis done.
Oh, let me see, let me see! Oh, yes! Your memories are preserved safely within. We've done it. We've done it at last.
I have inspected the other vessels. They are all ready to receive of our friends' memories.
He's got his mood crystals working. No, I haven't played this before. This is my first pass through this.
Oh, excellent! Excellent! I shall have my familiars bear word to them at once.
Elidibus.
It was not until I observed the battle between Emet-Selch and the Warrior of Darkness that I realized what I must do. I will summon heroes from other worlds unto the first, just as you did. Their presence shall serve to empower me, granting me the strength to crush my enemy.
This is fine. Yeah, it is a really good game if you can figure out how to log into it.
Though it pains me to disappoint you, I feel compelled to explain that the magic in question requires no small amount of preparation.
But you assume I require my champions to be summoned in their entirety. I do not. Their souls needn't even be whole. My purpose requires no more than their burning desire to vanquish evil. This I shall sear upon the ether, raising thereby an army of phantom heroes to whom I shall whisper, as I have to so many over the ages. Here lies darkness. It must be destroyed.
And you expect me to cooperate?
I do not require your cooperation. Your death will suffice. The magic I shall have from your corpse.
Go, Lumos! We must flee!
But what is this?
I'm sure everything's okay. See, this is why I got my running shoes on.
My friend, how did you...
Perfect weather for a spot of fishing. Wonder if they fix the textures on Exarch.
No matter, Elidibus. He took us unawares.
It was all we could do. To raise a war to hinder his steps. And so we fled. But he took it. The vessel with the Exarch's memories. Forgive me. Forgive me.
The vessel bears not only my memories, but my blood. The blood of Allegan royalty, granting him the means to control the tower. With it, he has performed I know not how many summonings, calling forth heroes from across the rift. And, as you can see, the burden upon the tower is beginning to tell. If you mean to face him alone, I will not allow it, not this time. Elidibus has exploited the people's nobility, twisted their purest intentions for terrible ends. And I cannot let it stand. As Exarch, it is my duty to protect them, to defend their hopes and dreams. So I am going to the Crystal Tower, with or without your blessing. Though, I would rather it were with. Thank you.
I'd join you, but I would only be a burden. Better that I remain here with my gremlins.
I shall send help. Stay strong, my friend, and take heart. By binding Elidibus within the tower, we have done more than simply delay him. Much like our adversary, I am not wont to show my hand prematurely, but the time has come to bring my strongest card to bear. To the tower!
Going in. With your permission, I would make a brief stop at a censor gate. Just long enough to send the guards to Beklug's aid, you understand. Not for them, we would never have escaped Elidibus, much less with the spirit vessels. The mine fell out into our foes' clutches. Beklug's gathered up the rest at great risk to themselves. I must see that they are safe before we press on. Enough good people have given their lives that I might fulfill my duty.
friendship could mean that day.
Oh, Dizzle, thank you for the follow.
It was delicious.
Much appreciated. Tiny rat with me. Eris, let's go. Community nicknamed Elidibus Elda Bitch. Darkness, Exarch, forgive us this paltry greeting. We are not notified of your coming. It wasn't planned. I need you to assemble a rescue party. Our friend Beckluk lies wounded in a clearing to the west. Pray go to their aid with all haste. At once, my lord. May I ask how they came to harm? There have been reports of enemies in our midst, specters who appear after the star shower. Do they have something to do with it? Yes, the man who attacked Becklug is also responsible for the star shower and the appearance of the specters. I have no time to explain. Know that the individual in question does not seek to does not seek to do indiscriminate harm. If you do not bar his servant's path, they will not turn on you. You are to leave this foe to us, understood? Meanwhile, I ask that you alert the rest of the guard and focus them on maintaining the calm in the city. Understood. It's funny how you're a soft talker like 80% of the time, but your IRL friends tell you if you talk about something you're passionate about, you get too loud. That's understandable. Lena, out with you. I shall take charge of matters in the city. Find Becklug now. No time to explain. My eyeball. I'm not supposed to get apple in it. You really should have made this a voice cut. They really should have. What, Nelly? Ah. Thank you. The graver the matter, the less inclined you are to speak of it, even when it was plain for all to see, like what is happening to you. Lena, this time there truly is no time. The apple didn't work? Did the apple not throw?
That's a lot of nuts!
Ow. Yeah, that worked. I know, my lord. Where matters otherwise, I believe you would be even willing to speak of your past if pressed. Who? Which one of you? Nelly. Yet I may remain afraid to do so. Forgot she's got an accent. Afraid of what I might learn. Would make a stranger of you. Forgive me, there is no time. It didn't work when you redeemed it? I thought I saw the apple hit. Well, it came whipping across the screen. Indeed, time must be made. What's my medical opinion of, say, Brooklyn style? I would say it must be applied directly. I think it should be applied directly orally and repeatedly. Lena, do you remember the time you got lost in the tower when you were little, and I searched for you for hours on end? And the cake I baked for your 10th name day? That hideous lump the good people of the bean covered up with beautiful candles? You adjusted your mic so the arm is attached to the shelf above me, so you're doing test recordings for better voice clarity? Awesome, glad it works. Your hapless first encounter with the Sin Eaters as a guard. Afterwards, you threw yourself into your training pretending nothing was wrong. How would you? Though I could sense tears in your eyes. Yeah, Luna hasn't got this far yet. All these moments that we shared, all the feelings that accompanied them, they're all as real as aught that came before. And nothing will ever change that. Will ever change what we mean to one another. If I have made you worry, then I beg your forgiveness. Heavens know you deserve better. So having no attachment to the characters outside of your own OC makes the feels less. You're missing so much. Through the darkest times, you have kept faith with me, standing tall as a proud daughter of the Crystarium. As an example to us all, I count myself blessed to have had you in my life, and I want you to know that. Why do you speak so? As if this were our last meeting. Truly, you have a knack for making people worry. Besides, it is you who are an example to us all. You have led us through countless trials, and you who will lead us through countless trials to come. So go, my lord. Do what you must, but take care. Here we go. I think he's not coming back. The ward holds. Excellent. Elidibus will still be within the tower. For his sole purpose is to destroy you, and to that end he has summoned heroes from other reflections, powering himself with their hope, even as they occupy your comrades. You will not best him as easily as you did in the depths. By any measure, the odds are now stacked firmly in his favor. Twit, spare no preparation, my friend. I shall lift the ward only when you are ready. Enter the hero's gauntlet with a party of NPC avatars. To make use of this feature, open the blah, 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 blah. Watch me do this pain. Oh, I bet that hurts. Low level desynthing. Yeah, I gotta get the desynth level up this way.
She really taught me what friendship could mean.
Well, thank you for the follow.
It was delicious.
God, yeah, I know. I can get rid of a lot of this old materia. Either way, you're always happy to desynth. It's not like my retainers aren't full as well. They love saving up a big bunch of gear, chugging some desynth up pots and going nuts.
That's a lot of nuts!
It's probably worth more just to sell this, isn't it? Cancel that. Actually sell that. That's worth more than it is on the market. Selling high quality for... So people just post this stuff not realizing they have the higher quality shits. See the names of my retainers. Yeah, you want to see my crafting jobs? See, here's all my classes. Here's all my crafting and gathering. Why would you do that? Your finger did not slip. Actually, I haven't joined the crafters group yet. I was the head of our crafters group. Gave me a little bit of money to help me along, but I actually haven't joined the group yet. jealousy. No, what do you mean not out of jealousy? What's jealousy? What? What am I missing? Hey, pasa. Been so inactive in the game lately, but you hopped on today to do the jumping puzzle. Oh yeah, I did that. I can't even see them. I just hear them squeaking. Sell some shit here that's not worth it on the market. That was worth more. Go, get rid of that. There we go. What's this? I want that. Don't want them. That, Hey, you jazz a lot. You jazz a lot. I like to think Elizabeth is looking down on the tower and watching the Warrior of Light, just going, "What is she doing?" Yeah, you know, everything's in trouble, and so she's just going to market. So on you honor that you won't do that again the rest of the subathon, huh? Uh-huh. The only way you can have honor is you have to have a heart. So you have to admit that. Okay, I can sell that. Get rid of a bunch of old materia here. How much is that worth on the market? Well, it's probably worth more on the market. 3 hearts. Who do they belong to? Good, evil, and neutral. She keeps them in jars. They aren't hers. Let's get rid of... This is worth nothing. It's literally worth more for me to sell that. To sell them in batches, though. We'll probably just, they'll probably ah, shoot. So I'm about to get a deal. You know what? We'll do this. I'll do this off time. You don't have to watch me do this. We'll sell that one batch of material though. And I should have enough space in my inventory to deal with everything. updated materia. Inventory management with Moon. That's like 90% of the games I play. There we go. Got some space. Alright. Everything must go in its own place. Inventory management is awful with me. And the satisfaction of inventory management the other day when you tried Guild Wars 2. I need to go through my retainers and like get rid of a bunch of old shit. Like stuff I just guaranteed not to need anymore. It's very hard as a crafter to also have only 2 retainers. Or 4 after they tried to sell you the inventory space. So all pretty gear in your glamour dresser frees up. Yeah, I usually try that as well. I need to go through my armory chest as well. Figure out a bunch of stuff I need to get rid of or glamour. The bloat amount of the items you get in that game makes you want to buy additional inventory bags. Oh yeah, I remember when they finally got rid of the HQ gathering. That got rid of some bloat, and then it all filled right back up again. Are you ready then? Very well. I shall lift the ward. No, where are you going? Don't go in there. Not too long ago, I watched you seal this place up. Ah, before I began my slumber, you mean? Ha, seems rather longer to me, but yes, what a strange symmetry. This time, I break the seal, and I have no intention of locking myself away again. Nay, together we will enter, and together we will leave, in triumph. So come, my friend, let us be about it. Just sell most of your crafting mats, because you can always buy them back. Again, with the money you made, unless it's something super rare. Yeah, that's kind of something I've started to do. I just gotta go through it all. It's gonna take me some time to get through it. This is where it happens.
Not here either. We must keep climbing.
She wore uncomfortable shoes like me.
Twas but a matter of time.
I'm running out of ball blue. My man's turning to an aetheric crystal. Soon you'll be attuning to him.
I cannot keep up with you. Nor will it avail us to make a stand here. You must go on without me. Find Elidibus and stop him. Worry not, my friend. Though I am no warrior, I have learned to hold my own over the years. When first we explored this tower, you and your fellow adventurers formed the van, while I was left to follow in your wake. Suffice it to say, I was not best pleased with the arrangement. How I wished that I could join you. And now I have, here where it all began. I was right to trust in you, and the power of your legacy, of your name, to let them guide my every deed.
For Elidibus is my name, and my mission, guiding my every deed.
Why you? Why not you? Had I chosen another, we would never have made it this far. Or do I mistake your meaning?
Exart, the one that can claim he is the biggest #1 fan of the Warrior Light. He'd be right. Cat got his tongue.
Elidibus spoke in similar terms, you say? How curious. To answer your question, then, I made my choice for reasons which seemed obvious to me, but may not to any other. There were the expectations I placed upon myself before beginning my slumber, and the expectations of those who roused me. Of course, I had the choice to turn my back on a lot of it, but in the end, it was no choice at all. I cherish the time I spent with you and the others. What I wouldn't give to return to those halcyon days. Chasing ancient secrets, overcoming trial after trial with the aid of like-minded comrades. And what remarkable comrades they were. In such company, I felt as if I were a character in the epic tales that had stirred my heart as a boy. As if my dream had come true. It hadn't, of course, for I was no hero. Neither then nor after. Though the world to which I awakened and the first were beset with myriad problems, I rarely knew how best to play my part. There was, however, one thing of which I was certain. That I could not bear to let those dear to me meet a tragic end. I'm afraid our time is up. Go! Rest assured you haven't seen the last of me. I wouldn't dream of playing my trump card save in your presence.
Memories of a possible future. Worthless. All. Worthless as memories of the only past. Fated to fray and fade into oblivion. Leaving naught but a gaping void.
I've come for you.
The Waking Sands.
Damn it!
Yes,
we have to return
that was
there.
the place. The place I first made myself known to you and yours.
Pray that you must return there. So what's on the agenda today? We'll finish this up, and then dinner actually just arrived. And then we'll probably do some multi stuff. Hang on one moment. Well, Love Sunrise, thank you so much for the sub. The timer climbs. Yeah, it climbs a little bit again. Thank you so much. Much appreciated.
The seventh rejoining had left the realm listing dangerously towards darkness, and events were unfolding that threatened to push it over the brink.
Oh, thank you so much. 7 long years. 7 and maybe 7 more. Maybe. We'll see. I might be here for 7 years the way things have been going.
Thus did I approach you in my capacity as emissary, thinking that you would make a useful pawn. But I was wrong. And for my misstep did La Habrea and Emet-Selch pay the ultimate price, leaving me the last of the unsundered. My remaining brethren, fragmented as they are, cannot hope to see our mission to its end. It falls to me alone. Defeat is not an option. I will strike you down. I will resurrect Lord Zodiac, and I will bring back those who sacrifice themselves to call him forth.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and what are you gonna do if I don't let you do that?
Though it take 1,000 years, upon my honor as Elidibus, emissary of the Convocation of 14, I will see this done.
But know that his devotion is not without reason, even if he himself can no longer remember what that reason is. Don't worry too much, Elidibus. This dedication to your duty verges on obsession. Well, on my honor as Elysium Moon, kicker of butts, and the Princess of Gun, I'ma kick your ass. Well, this is Elysium Coral, which is technically still Moon Coral. Just a slightly altered timeline version. And a slightly older version. Actually, quite an older version. She's been 21 for 30 years. Those who once relied upon you are no more. However hard you struggle, you will never bring back the convocation.
What of it? I have my mission. I am Elidibus, and it is my duty to steer mankind and the very star upon their true course. This I swore to someone.
Ouch.
We spoke, and I swore. What? What did I... This pain, this torment.
Oh, he's kirking it up.
Is nothing. No more than must be suffered to deliver the world from its doom. No more than any of you malformed creatures have known. Even should you lose all that is dear to you, even should it cost you your life, you bear the burden and fight on. Kicking and screaming until your last breath is spent!
Aye, it's true. We've lost much and more. Known unimaginable suffering. But through it all, we never, ever forgot what was dear to us. And that's what gave us the strength to carry on.
He forgot what he swore, just like he forgot SOI at the end of his name. Elidibus. Seems just like he's still monologuing. No fight left to fight.
No. It will not end here. Champions from beyond the rift, heed my call. The time is come to deliver your brethren from darkness. My heart's sole desire is a world free of sorrow. Join with me now in hope and prayer for the salvation of all. If you would usher in the end, then with my all shall I oppose you. As the avatar of those mortal heroes who fought unfalteringly in all their imperfection. As the warrior of light incarnate.
Oh, you're gonna pull that form.
Come, warrior of darkness. Let us finish this.
Really?
What?
That all you got, bitch? I got a rock. And I commit to the chronicle of the traveler, shepherd to the stars in the dark. May the world be sundered and our souls set adrift. Where you walk, my dearest friend, fate shall surely follow. Yours is the 14th seat, the seat of Azam. Oh, look, bitch. We're co-workers. And I have an HR department just for you.
An invocation of Eld. Though not of Heidelin's making. What are you?
Oh, this music, I hear the words in the background. Who know who I am? You want to know who I am? I'm the cat that's gonna kick your ass.
No, it matters not. You are the enemy, and you will fall. Even should it cost me everything, I will not forsake my duty.
God, I have to do this with people? How do you do this with people? Send you an invite? Are you here? This song has an incredibly sad story in its creation. You're logging in at the moment too? Alright, is there any tricks to this I need to know? Do not limit break, let the tank do it. Yeah, I don't usually limit break. If anyone wants to come in and kick this thing's ass. Phoenix is where we stand. I'll eat my pizza. So even during the time, I forget also the height of the pandemic, suffering from cancer, they continue working. Even saying despite being in a hospital, unless a dev team decides you should be here. Your pizza, you just had pasta. Oh, was he the one that died? It was like... I remember hearing about that and like the tribute everyone was doing. Well, the path to recovery. Oh, wasn't there? There was another member. Yeah, okay, so, again, as a DPS, is there anything critical I need to know here? Hard to chat. It's fairly straightforward. Just keep your eyes open and learn the mechanics a bit by bit, and trust your healers. Okay. Wow, is this a full 8-person go? Yeah, don't stand in the poop. I always remember, don't stand in the poop. Alright. Remember to break my fingers for the halfway point. Alright. Any more people coming? It's kind of cool, everyone's coming to my aid. Everyone's coming to help. You're there in spirit. I'll keep you in my pocket. Should I prepare to start it, or are we waiting for anyone else? Most of us who aren't in the same data center cheering you on. We're good to go. Oh, there we go. Put my pizza down. There's always a DPS that's not paying attention. There we go.
For our world, I will strike you down.
do I dance with? I'm gonna dance with you. Let's go.
This battle shall be our last.
Stand that close. I'm not in there. Damn it. I hate that. I'm not usually this bad. Oh god, what's this? What am I looking at? What is this mechanic?
Be gone! Sword of Shadow! Darkness must be destroyed!
Pause, you stay, play you move. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm in a bad place. I'm in a bad place. Sorry, guys. What am I doing?
You! It cannot be!
Ooh! Ho, ho, ho. Know who that is?
To me, warriors of light! I am salvation given form. Mankind's first hero and his final hope. For victory, I render up my all. Your demise will be ours. Salvation.
happened? I don't know what happened. Okay. Oh, someone DC'd. I lost someone. So it's just a bad timing DC, oh dear.
This battle shall be our last.
Better this time. Ah, I got it.
Be gone, Sword of Shadow! Darkness must be destroyed!
Look at minutes. Here we go. It's amazing I can do this with 2 hooves, isn't it?
You! It cannot be!
Hey bitches, I'm back again! Remember you
To me, warriors of light! I am salvation given form. Mankind's first hero and his final hope. For victory, I render up my all. Your demise will be ours. You still stand. Be gone, spawn of shadow! Darkness must be destroyed!
Your time.
Knows no surrender.
Oh, I see, never mind.
Hope,
gather up.
me strength. Gleaming steel, light my path!
stand. Fuck!
Be gone! Spawn of shadow!
Thank you.
My beauty! No! Not clad in prayer! I am invincible! Darkness must be destroyed!
Empty. Oh god. Ah.
No. I cannot fail. I will not.
Oh, thank you, everyone. Sorry, there's one person here. You gotta calm down. Oh. Oh, thank you. There's 4 stack markers that knock back in the extreme version of the fight. I still don't know entirely what's happening, but you know. That's panic healing, works for every time. Oh, thank you guys so much for getting me through that.
Fool! You have achieved nothing. I am immortal, yet I will never surrender.
Elidibus, so fixated were you on my memories of the future, you failed to heed the lessons of the past. Your obsession blinded you to the true nature of this tower, this beacon of hope for mankind. Created to serve as a reservoir for the limitless energy of the heavens. To harness and bind the boundless, not unlike white auracite. Your ill-begotten power, obtained by exploiting that which is best in us. I shall have it. Your soul and all!
Hang in there, buddy. do believe we just served you a heaping helping of nice, warm shit. You better eat it all up. Got anything to say to the class? Like, I'm sorry. Can you say I'm sorry? Say you're sorry.
This... Yes. I would become him. I would save everyone. This, I believed. Yet still they cried out in rage and despair. Divided over the fate of the star. A rare occurrence, always fleeting. But not this time. Not this time. Reconciliation. Elizabeth. I was needed. I withdrew myself from Zodiac. For them. My people. My brothers. My friends. Stay strong. Keep the faith. At duty's end, we will meet again. We will. We will. The rains have ceased, and we have been graced with another beautiful day. But you are not here to see it.
I concede I may have overexerted myself. Steady now and listen. I told you before that I had a plan, and that when all is said and done, I would ask a favor of you. We have averted the 8th Umbral Calamity. Found a way for everyone to return to the source. And, last but not least, we have secured the future of all the people of Norvrand. We have won, my friend. So, I hope you'll forgive me this moment of selfishness, and while I wouldn't want you to feel obliged, promise me you'll take me on your next adventure. A journey. Together. That's all I ask. If I were to tell you that this isn't the end, that we will meet again, would you believe me?
Thank you for the pet.
Thank you. My friend, with you, my mind and memories shall travel to the ends of the world and beyond. But in this place shall my body stand immovable. May it serve as an undying promise, not only to those who look to me for leadership, but to any soul who has known despair, that hope is everlasting.
There, the Exarch would remain, keeping his silent vigil. When the Scions were not released from his summoning spell, we proceeded with the plan to return them to the source. The Warrior of Darkness, however, retained her ability to traverse the two worlds at will. And in time, the Crystal Tower became a symbol of her link to the First, and of hope.
Wow. Oh, what's going on? Bruce will probably be doing. Okay. I guess we'll see this through to its finish. Am I all right? I should be the one asking you. Yes, I'm fine, thank you. We all are. People are fine, the city's fine, and star showers have stopped. It's almost as if we'd gone back to the peaceful days that followed the knight's return. Almost. So how much further to like a credit roll, or is there a credit roll coming, or what we got? We're up to 5.5. Almost at the end of 5.3, so you stay another 30-45 minutes. Should I push for it? Or should we just, is this like a good stopping point? Just need to visit all the locations in here and return. Continue. Listen, if you're ready, would you recount to us how the day unfolded? You see, I told this big guy to eat a bucket of shit, and he did it. You know, we're going to end up at 5.3 because the quest will be called Reflections in Crystal. Okay. So you've reached out to Elidibus at the last, and his heart was moved. Well, you see, Elidibus turned himself into a pickle. Funniest shit I've ever seen. Perhaps you did, perhaps you did not. None can say. The important thing is, though violence proved unavoidable, you did at least come to understand your foe. And in knowing his hopes and dreams, do we best remember him and his legacy. The pickle of light. The POL. So long as they remain unforgotten, the love he and his brethren bore for one another and the star may yet be rewarded. You said that an ancient came to your aid, but how was that possible? A gift from Emmett Selk. He knew of Elidibus's plight. Foreseeing his own death, he made provisions to bring Elidibus's suffering to an end, lest his friend be left to continue the struggle alone. You might have trapped his soul for all eternity, but at least you understand him. Clear as glass. Clear as a crystal tower. Clear as Gratia. So I wildly speculate. It is unlikely we will ever know the truth. The best we can do is to remember events as they happened, no more and no less. As the Ronkans so rightly put it, history is learned, not lived. Ah, there you are. My friend, we were given to understand thou wert uninjured. Thou wert injured. Shouldst not thou be abed? Lie down at a time like this. Don't be absurd. I would have come sooner had the guards not made such a fuss. Now, tell me what's happened. Where is the Exarch? What you see is a lawn ornament now. We discorded him. wish to stop here, Moon, then that's fine. That's my choice. I see. Well, I definitely wanted to, like, get the stuff done that, like, you know, like, Digi was wanting to see and everything. Elysium, will you show me his spirit vessel? I'm sorry, I didn't grab that. Oh, you mean this. Don't ask where I was keeping it in this outfit. Please don't. Yes, both his soul and the memories seem intact. Good. Unlike the others, his aether was not highly charged, and so it did not seem necessary to employ a familiar for imbuing. But I need to be certain all the same. Oh, what a relief. Then 'tis but a question of restoring his soul unto his flesh. And as thou didst lately tell me, the success of this process resteth on no more than our friend's soul recognizing his flesh as its own. Given his apparent desire to return to the source with Elysium, one would think his soul would be only too happy to be home, no? Surely it wouldn't balk at the relative newness of its accommodation. So is there jewelers around here? I've got a pretty lifelike statue I need appraised. Yeah, what can you give me for him? Shift grab places. So one would hope, but none can speak for the Exarch's heart of hearts. And he can no longer speak for himself. Furthermore, though I have drawn upon all of my not inconsiderable experience to predict the outcome, the fact remains that there is no direct precedent for what we are attempting. Will his body accept his soul? Will his essence blend properly? Will he awaken whole of mind? Any number of things could go awry. Assuming I have succeeded in tempering your expectations, I should probably add that I did ask the Exarch if he still wished to return to the source in full knowledge of the risks. A simple enough question, one would think, warranting a single-worded reply. Yet the answer I received was rather longer than that. Almost comically so, in fact. Regardless, out of respect for the man, I shall attempt to recite it, with a certain amount of poetic license. 10 gil. Yeah, can you desynth the statue? I won't even do it at a good level either. As I grew older, the burdens I carried became ever more numerous. Burdens which weighed upon my hopes, burying them deep within my breast, so deep that I couldn't be certain they were still there. But when I look around me, I'm reminded that, no matter how deeply buried they may be, our hopes never truly disappear. No, they are always with us, guiding us, driving us. I see it in Valtteri, who sought to vindicate his existence by creating his paradise. I see it in Ranjit, who forsook his life's cause, in order to protect that which he held most dear. I see it in the people who chose to struggle rather than surrender to despair. And though our struggles may differ greatly since the very beginning of time, they have all shared that one common thread: hope. We struggle because we have hope. And when the time comes, I too will embrace mine. I will follow my heart regardless of the risks. Can use them as a weapon for warriors, club people. Can you get them as a lawn decoration for your house, outdoor decoration? and I will live with all my being, as befits one who has been granted a second chance. There. I told you it was long, and unspeakably sentimental to boot. One would think them the outpourings of a dewy-eyed boy, not the old man the Exarch seems to believe he is. I mean, really, he's scarcely been alive as long as I've been in hiding. I dare say he is blushing in his vessel. Speaking of which, we should make ready for our journey. Time remains of the essence, after all. Needless to say, once we leave, there is no guarantee that we can return. If anyone has unfinished business, now would be the time to see to it. I must pay a visit to Silderbow. Let us reconvene here at dawn. Oh crap, the arms fell off. Let me get the super glue. Trying to get the Ramat for descenting the statue, but that's probably possible. There remain some few matters which require mine attention in Ilmeg. May I leave Thancred in thy care, child? I have been meaning to get some flowers from Infilia. I thought you might help me choose them, and then we could go to Nabath Oreng together one last time. Alright, let's climb the cage. Fine suggestion. Lead on. Well, it's back to Yulmore for me. Amongst other things, I owe the mayor an apology for his airship. About his airship. I assume you have places of your own to be Alize? I shall see you later. So here's the thing, I was expecting Endwalker to be about defeating Elidibus. Now I'm very curious. Alright. This before, after the redacted trial? That the old would you... Yeah, we just did Seal of Sacrifice. And everyone came to my aid and rezzed me a couple times. Alright, well, I'm gonna go hop into my room. Yes, thank you guys very much for the assistance. Yeah, we totally beat it on the first try. We only kind of got screwed because there was a DC at a critical moment. I was debating between wearing this or my rose armor. Couldn't decide which one to go for. Love the sleeping animation. Always love like when I get up and then my girlfriend has a lullaby and just rolls right out of bed. Whew, there we go. That was good. I'm glad everyone like came to my aid. It was so nice. It was so fun. I hope Nella's okay. Prime, you still hanging around? It was fun to watch. I'm glad we saved it for today and didn't do it last night when I wasn't feeling very well. Okay, just wanted to make sure. Nice game to watch. You don't get to pop in often. I'm glad you could. This is really fun if you also have a girlfriend. Nice. Yeah, I don't usually stream Final Fantasy 14. So yeah, it was a nice experience to actually do it. I don't know why. There was a streamathon I did a while ago. I tried it, and for some reason it captured like ass. I don't know why. And I thought, well, great, I can't stream this. But for some reason, past couple times I've done it for the subathon, it captured absolutely fine. So, no idea what happened before. Any idea when I'm going to continue? I don't know. But today, Prime is free, so we were gonna look into some multi stuff. If any ideas were cast forward. MMOs are heavy on CPU, which might be why it was captured like ass. It could be too, because now I'm running OBS in admin mode. And I think maybe running in admin mode helps because it's giving it higher priority for my CPU or GPU, whichever. Which has been a problem in the past, so I think yeah, running it in admin mode is helping. Because I mean, also running a VTube rig, running all this streaming software, all this kind of stuff. There's a lot my poor PC is running at the same time. Struggled to stream Final Fantasy 14, so hopefully your internet upgrade plus a new PC will make it much smoother. Hopefully it will. Yeah, and the other reason I wasn't streaming Final Fantasy 14 was because it's one of those cases of either everyone has watched it to death or people don't want spoilers. So it's like, or people that normally watch me will have no fucking clue what's going on and probably don't care about it. So it was kind of one of the main, one of several reasons why I never really streamed Final Fantasy. Plus, I'm always just happy to have it in my own spare time, I need off-stream games as well. Plus, like I've said before, usually with the dungeons, I watch a video ahead of time, so I know how to deal with the dungeons, so I'm not dying all the time. So I'm usually pretty good at dungeons once I've watched a video. If I don't know the mechanics, I'm not so good at it. If the wider community of Final Fantasy XIV knew someone is doing first-time playthrough and streaming it, they dive on it like crazy. I can imagine, because, being back to this and having played through this, I would not object to watching the story again. I've already been thinking about, doing a New Game Plus at some point. In fact, I originally thought once I beat Endwalker and everything, I'd actually considered doing a New Game Plus and streaming it. But of course, not being a new player, people wouldn't flock on it, so, But not sure. Also, I have to turn the AC back on. I'm roasting. Has this game made me cry yet? Yes. I'm trying to remember specific instances that I have cried. None are immediately coming to mind. .3. I don't know patch numbers. I don't even know when I'm entering a patch number. That's your own plan, just for those who don't have the time to play it or not wanting to play a sub fee. You found it! You found it, Prime? You found your problem? Oh, is that good news? What is it? Needhog fight end of Dragon Song War. Did I cry during that? I'm not sure. You can't use Steam. Oh, wait, you had to... Yeah, there was something you had to do to, like, connect them, wasn't it? Because, yeah, there was that moment where it was like, if you still use Steam, you had to, like, connect it or something. I can't remember how you did that. But, yeah, there was, like, some process for that. Can you still do it? Your account isn't a Steam account, and it's not letting you link accounts. Oh. Oh, so did you not have it through Steam? Did you just have the regular version? I'm eating my pizza. It's gone slightly cold, but luckily cold pizza's okay. Okay. Oh, sweet. I'm glad you figured it out. Yeah, you have to be careful, though, if you buy DLC, because I think the expansions only work on the platform you buy it on. So, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I didn't quite know that. I mean, when I got it, I just bought it on Steam all those years ago. So that's kind of what I came back to. Okay, that's good. Glad it's sorted. I mean, I still have a character on Primal who hasn't started Heaven's Ward yet. Alright. So, we'll probably swap to something else. I don't... Did we find what we were gonna do?